it up. I have to open the show. I have a feeling I have to load up my store. Bear with me while I open my store. So much going on today. Okay, select all. Over quite a few, 600 items in the store, I guess. Um, and there we go. Looks good, looks good. Looks good, looks good, looks good. What's up, Belux? The Wig Master. Give me a thumbs up. Let me know you can hear me okay, please. Just make sure, because my laptop is going in and out. I'm going to quit. Actually, I'm going to quit out of Safari and restart because I don't want to have to deal with this nonsense for the rest of the day. Let's see. Okay, so quit, restart, go to whatnot, open show. Okay. 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 I can hear that. Great. Mr. Anderson is hosting today. Thank you for letting me know. Flip and Palooks. What are we drawing today? I started this last week because everybody on Whatnot is so horny for Absolute Batman. I don't have any Absolute Batman blanks. I can't afford it. It's so expensive. It's insane. So I'm doing an Absolute Batman on a Batman Hush Part 2 blank. I hope I hope all you diehards will forgive me. So I bought this. I didn't buy this. I took this out at our library, Peabody Institute Library in Danvers, Massachusetts, and I read it. It's pretty good. It's fun. It will never replace the real Batman, but it's fun once in a while to do something different, right? And maybe there's a generation out there right now that is that the absolute Batman is their Batman. They have no idea who mainstream Batman will be. I shot some reference, and so glad I did for this hand because this whole arm is a mess. And so I'm so glad I shot the reference because reality is more interesting than stuff you can make up in your head sometimes. Even when I started this, I knew I didn't have the hand quite down. So I'm going to retool all of this. Oh, sicko. Are you guys Absolute Batman or Absolute Universe readers out there? So now that I see what's going on here, this arm is, even though the arm is down inside, it's actually coming forward. It has to come forward because there's no room. There's no room down there. So we've got a giant. It's Miss Mayhem in the house. Good morning, good afternoon, I should say. LOL. Yeah, New Hampshire's a whole different time zone, isn't it? What time is it is in New Hampshire? I think it's 1850 in New Hampshire. Sometimes feels that way. Let's see, where are we? I'm just gonna draw shit today. Maybe we'll do some auctions. I don't know. I think playing with the idea of doing some giveaways next week. I haven't promoted my comic series enough in a while. It bothers me because that's the whole reason I'm here. Is to promote my comic series, New ZODIAX. So 3 years ago, I'm like, let's go on Whatnot and let's try to sell these comics. And I did, and I sold quite a few and whatnot. Thanks to everybody who bought. But it's definitely evolved into a sketch show, which is perfectly fine. So every once in a while, you're going to get commercials for my universe of characters. I'm a writer as well as an artist and inker and a colorist and a letterer and a publisher. And so these are two books that are 95% me. I had some help with coloring. Um, but 12 characters who can channel the cosmic energies of the zodiac. Each one manifests their skills in different ways. This is the Aquarius character. He was the first in the series. Um, The Aquarius character's name is Benjamin F., also known as the Liberator. He's a teenage hacker who steals from the info rich, gives to the info poor. He absconds with top secret invention from a corporation, this liquid metal skin that allows him to access the web psychically with his mind, and in doing so, he becomes the most wanted man on Earth. So that's my boy, the Liberator, the new Aquarius. And then this is my newest, freshest one, uh, the new Zodiac's Pisces. This is Cricket. She's a high level, size sensitive who communicates with the dead trapped on Earth. This is her team of assistants. That's Bryce. That's Turk. Bryce and Turk don't have the same psychic skills that Cricket does. So they use this kind of sci fi tech stuff to extrapolate ectoplasm and psychic paranormal phenomenon from the atmosphere with these tools. So they share the same universe. They haven't met yet. How will they meet? I don't know. Well, actually, no. I have a story kind of broken down for how they'll meet, but I'm currently working on the Sagittarius storyline, and hopefully that'll be out sometime this year. I'd love to run a Kickstarter before summer, but let's just see how it goes. Um, it is woefully behind schedule, but I'm going to do my best to step up the game this year, get shit done. At the same time, I got to do sketches like this. It's all good. So there you go. When this hand is here, then this is all wrong too. So when you start drawing things correctly, you got to make some corrections. I also have a list of pieces I want to do for prints this year too. I want to do a Raven print. I want to do a Spider Gwen print. At some point I got to get those done. So, okay, so angles this way. Absolute time. What's up, Joe? Acid in the house. VIP alert. Give it up for Acid. Angel in the house. Hello, fellow CPR fans. Another VIP in the house. Why the cricket name? Now that's an eraser. It is an eraser, right? The soap bar. It's not. That's a no nonsense. It's a no nonsense eraser. That's for big fuck ups, like I often do. Why the cricket name? Good question. I can go to my sketchbook and show you a whole list of like 60 or 70 names that I was writing down, just stream of consciousness. Cricket was one of the first names I ever came with, and for me, it seemed a little too. I don't, I don't know what it seemed, but it didn't feel exactly right. And so I wrote down 60 or 70 other names, and sometimes you got to write down 60 or 70 names in order to find out that that first name you came up with kind of worked. So, what is a cricket? It's kind of an animal you hear at night, chirping in the vastness of the night, and I kind of like that symbology. One thing I was trying to do last time was just trying to clear the axe from his arm so you could read the arm better. This guy, he's so big, he fills the frame pretty big. You whatnot whippersnappers are so horny for absolute Batman. I figure I'd give you something about that. Can I do that? I think I can do that. I think I can do that. Why Liberator and Aquarius first? They were he was the guy, what I call a prototype. I'll show you. What I call a prototype for the Liberator first appeared in megahertz. I'll show you in a second. Give me 1 second. I know I've got a megahertz comic book within arm's reach. It's just a matter of where it is. Where did it go? Stand by, stand by. I have a million things in arm's reach. It's just a matter of where did what's this doing all the way over here? I don't know. Very first creator-owned property that I did was called Megahertz with my friend Dave. We published it through Image. Predicts it takes place in a near apocalypse future. Predicts the show business openly criminal president that wears makeup, and the openly criminal president has a team of characters, He has a SEAL Team 6 for hackers, and they were called the Liberators, not the Liberators, but a combination of Raider and Liberation, right? So they're the Liberators. So I created the Liberators, and as I was working on megahertz, um, the Liberators started to form in my brain. This is the Benjamin F. character back in 1997. And so so the long story extra long is that this character in particular started to appeal to me even more than the main character of this series did. Look, I can do 3 trades of megahertz tomorrow with the proper funding, but if I've got a limited bandwidth, um, I decided to develop the Liberator character a little bit more. So here he is in color. This is the 25th anniversary edition of the Image comic Megahertz. This badass foil cardstock cover. Um, Here's the Liberator character in color. I'm not sure if you can tell, but they're wearing kind of like metallic skin, right? There, you can see it a little better here. They're wearing this kind of um, like a metallic skin. Yeah, that's the best way I can. It's not armor per se. It's like their costume. It's this kind of metal. And so as things started to develop while I'm drawing 3 issues of Megahertz, um, this guy is starting to pop really hard, and he's just stayed in my brain over the years, just banging on the inside of my brain, along with a bunch of other characters, and so he just dictated, that he had to come first, I guess. But Cricket came to my brain like a few years after Megahertz, to give you a sense of how that happened. Megahertz is 1997. The Liberators, 1997. Cricket is probably 2 or 3 years later, where she popped. And so I just had to follow the voices in my head. You know what I mean? I also have more stories lined up for this guy. There's more. I have more plot lines for this guy. So it felt like while we launch him first, and then we do subsequent backup stories in other issues. Like, even though this is the first uh, Pisces book, this is Pisces #1. There is a backup story featuring the Liberator, the Aquarius character, in the back. And so subsequent new ZODIAX books, I'm hoping to touch base with the previous characters. Like Sagittarius has 2 stories with that character. It has a backup story with um, this guy, the Liberator, and it has a short story, a short kind of vignette thing with Cricket. So I'm going to try to do that as much as I can with subsequent books. So Sagittarius revisits Cricket and the Liberator. I'm not sure. I have loose plans for the one after Sagittarius, which is Leo. Um, I'm pretty sure that's going to have a backup story with Aquarius, and it may also introduce one of the other signs of the zodiac. So I haven't 100% locked that down. So the Leo issue may also be the first appearance of a different character in the zodiacs. So I only have so much time, so I want to get them all out as soon as possible, and it's hard. It's hard with the low budget that I have. It's hard to make all this work with my schedule. So doing my best. Love hearing the backstory. Oh, wait, I'm way back. Hold on, I gotta back up here. I need to read that ASAP. I've been slacking. What do you get? What do you got to read? That foil is amazing. Yes, by the way, all three of these are available in the store. If you purchase the megahertz, I believe it's $20 for megahertz, but it comes with the Image comic which was first released in black and white, and it comes with a world premiere issue San Diego Comic-Con variant, which has a black back cover. There were 3,000 of these printed. The print run on megahertz back in the day was around 7,000 something. I think it was 7,300, something like that, which was respectable. It just didn't continue at those numbers. Um, but we also printed 3,000 of these with the black cover, and it doesn't have the number on it here, and it has world premiere issue here. So this is technically more rare out in the world, even though I've got a long box full of these. Um, and it has a black cover, which I thought would go well for autographs when we were at the San Diego con. Fun show. We were right next to the Image booth, as I think we should have been, and that was a good time, learning experience. It was the first time we really went all out on display at San Diego. Kind of fun. So my scrawny arm does not compare to this guy who's like 600 pounds. So I got to remember to beef up my man's musculature. Does the giant size Venom proportions on Batman, does that bother anybody in the room who's reading? Or is it like, who cares? Or is it like very badass? Bold Blood too. Oh, yeah, don't forget Bold Blood. I don't have any copies of Bold Blood around. I guess I sold out of the ones that I had in the apartment, so I got to go to storage and get one. But check out Bold Blood, also in the bin. Bold Blood is predates Dork, which I guess is a big speculator monster nowadays, right? Bold Blood is the opposite of Dork in that it's not funny at all. If you want to see people get bit in half, and it's very blood and guts, a lot of realistic medieval style gore. Um, it was my, it was kind of like 12 working class warriors. It's, yeah, it really kind of highlights working class warriors who they don't have magic um, spells or magic swords to protect them. They're just working class. They don't have royal bloodlines. They're not princes or some kind of god hero waiting to be born in mortal form. They're just working class grunts. They 13 of them go out on an excursion. They don't all go. They don't all come back. Some of them are mercilessly killed. And I always said that I was killing off main characters long before I had ever heard of Game of Thrones. I still remember Game of Thrones, the first episode of Game of Thrones. Um, I'd never heard of Game of Thrones before, and I'm like, okay, Sean Bean, he's a badass. We like Sean Bean. Let's watch him. And then to see him not go beyond episode 2, that was pretty shocking for me at the time. And it made me think, hey, I did that with Bold Blood. Bold Blood originally came out about 20 years ago now. But you can buy Bold Blood, you can buy Megahertz, you can buy multiple versions of new ZODIAX. There are no multiple versions of Bold Blood. I was thinking of doing something for the 20th anniversary of Bold Blood, but I might do something for the 25th. Hopefully, I'll have the freedom in my schedule in 4 more years to do some more Bold Blood. I would love to, um, but let's get new Zodiacs rolling. I got probably 50 issues of Bold Blood, kind of loosely laid out in my brain. This all started when I was a kid. I made over 100 comics between the ages of 6 and 16, I would say. And I have this terrible kind of habit. Like, while I'm drawing, my mind will wander and I'll start writing and coming up with different ideas. And consequently, it's hard for me to stay focused on the one thing because I got these other ideas in my brain. So I think at some point it might be in my best interest to start hiring people to help me realize some of this stuff. I have a list of people that I'd like to work with. Um, but that involves cashish. You gotta have cashish. So I'm working on that, getting the cashish that'll allow me to hire people and pay them decent wages. Decent wages for their time and efforts. Acid says, I have to see which I have. Acid says, no, I dig it hot. Guess it was always my favorite growing up in the 80s with all the huge characters. Yes, He Man, Arnold, wrestlers. So true. Rod reunion, haha. Yeah, Rodney's on my list. I would definitely hire Rodney to work with me. He's a very talented guy. Believe it or not, we bust each other's chops, but he's quite good at what he does. Joe, can you bin this absolute? I'll take it. Okay, sure. Acid, not kidding around today. Let's see. Give me a second. Category: comics and manga, comic art. Anybody else interested in this? I'll put it up for auction, but I usually just sell them. People just claim them and then I sell them. So it should be up, Acid, in the bin, 000 at the top, Absolute Batman. Johnny Paz in the house. Another VIP. It's VIP night. Thursday is always VIP day. Gonna be in and out, but I can watch the replay. What's up, homie? It's true. I'm on eBay also. Not eBay. I always say eBay. It's YouTube. This is me on YouTube. Also follow me on Instagram. Also follow me on Blue Sky. Also follow me here if you're not following me on Whatnot yet. Please do so. March Madness starts pretty soon. Today's the 19th. So in 11, in 2 weeks, we'll be starting the March Sketch Cover Madness, which allows me to break out some of the sketches that I've done in the last year or so. And then we vote on our favorites. Absolute's not going to make the cut. He'll be in next year. I've already kind of put the sketches together. So I have enough for a round of black and white sketches, and I have enough for a round of color sketches. So stay tuned for that. It's free to participate. You just vote for your favorite one. Instead of this on the tabletop, I'll have your choice of 4 sketches that I've done in the last year. You vote for your favorite one. The winner of this round will go to the next round, and then we'll do like a championship round, and we'll choose the favorite for the year. And then we'll revisit some of the favorites from last year. Okay, I'm going to have to break that arm a little bit. There we go. Thank you, Acid, for the purchase. And yeah, this will be on YouTube if you can't stick around. You can watch it get done on YouTube because I'm not running any music today because I always get blocked and removed because of my music choices. Someday I'll pay all of their royalties. I'll pay all the licensing fees for all this music that I love. I'll just crank the tunes, man. All right, that's about when I'm making my own stuff. That's about all I need to do. There's something going on up in his shoulders, which I have to figure out. Give me a second. Okay, there it is right there in the cover. It's like they're like plates, right? So let's make this go around like we can even make his head a little smaller just to make his body look extra large. No battery. Battery's not working. Okay. So glad I shot reference for this arm. It looks so much better. Sketch cover madness. You will enjoy sketch cover madness, Palooks. Man, time flies. It seems like you just did that. Can't believe it has been a year already. Neither can I. And I've been on here on Whatnot with you whippersnappers for 3 years. I can't believe that at all. I would have said 2 max, but not so. It's been 3 years. We're heading into our 4th year. Could get Acid, says Johnny. Acid said that's insane. Acid says Johnny Pez had to I love me some absolute. Johnny Penn says, if you wouldn't have bought it, I would have. LOL. I should have ran an auction for it. I forgot to ask yesterday, but if I bought another Jam Sketch cover, would you be able to ship it with the cover you did for me yesterday? The way I usually do it is I will combine. I'll combine the two sketches into one package, and then I'll send you a smaller package with like a sticker in it, which hopefully would be less postage. So I'm hoping that by combining the two, you can't officially combine 2 days worth of orders on Whatnot, which is weird. But what I try to do is combine the bulk of the books into one package and then send a lighter package. So hopefully that saves some money. I don't know if it actually does. I've done it with some people here on Whatnot, but I never followed up to see if they save money on postage charges. Ainge says, yes, so much fun. Ainge will be represented in the March Madness. Pretty Ainge is all over the March Madness. Let's put it that way. Ainge has been around a while. It's kind of fun, right? Because it's a chance to see that some of your pieces get posted again, and you get to vote for your favorite pieces, and you get to pay other people off to vote for your piece, and it's just a fun freebie contest. But yeah, I think Ainge, some rounds you might be competing with yourself. And I know Rolo's got a bunch of pieces also. We haven't seen Rolo in a while, but he had quite a few pieces last year, which will show up in the March Madness. Fun stuff. Each show is its own, so Whatnot doesn't allow for combining. Yeah, I hope I explained that. If anybody who I've combined orders with, where they've gotten most of their items in one package and then like maybe a small envelope, um, let me know if that affected your if you saved on postage or not. I'd, I'd really like to know if that happens. You know, I have won giveaways at other sellers here and whatnot. I've won giveaways, and they've included the giveaway in the same package as stuff that I bought. Oh, but that's all the same day though. It's not 2 different days. Okay, never mind. Thanks for the info. Somewhat new here, so I wasn't sure how it works. Really appreciate it. Yeah, feel free to buy something today if you like Palooka, but no pressure. And like I said, I'll put it with your jam piece. Palook's jam piece. And then I did a Wolverine too. Oh, Acid, you're the Wolverine fan, right? Where's my Wolverine? 1 second. I worked on Wolverine today a little bit to add some shading just to pop those claws. I think it looks badass. It's you can tell he's been in a scrap. He's taken on like 100 Hydra agents or something like that. It's all about what you put. Yeah, that's the little hack. It's all about what you put the weight as. Exactly. Um, and that's something I always wondered too is like, are you, it, I hope that Whatnot doesn't charge you for the postage until the final package is weighed, right? Like if I put the weight of something as 8 ounces, but it's combined with this one, which is already paid for, and then I put this as 1 ounce. Hopefully, you're saving on this one. I don't know if you can even see that. I love my jam piece. Thanks again. No problem. Killer piece, Palooks, says Acid. Thanks, brother, says Palooks to Acid. Wolverine looks clean. Yeah, that looks great, Joe. Love the black and white. Palooks, what did you buy? I just showed what Palooks bought. Love Spidey Jam. Bought a Spider-Man jam piece for an upcoming con near me. What convention are you going to, Palooks? It charges postage when it's bought. They don't refund. Yeah, doing that would save on shipping. Hopefully, yeah, that's the idea. Hopefully, they wait until I've inserted the final weight on an item before they officially charge. All right, so I'm gonna check out. While I'm working on this, I'll run an auction for this guy. I think I put it in yesterday. Let's see. Auction Wolverine. Here, let's do an auction for completed Wolverine. See if anybody's interested in this. Battle damaged, badass, in the mix, in the melee, Wolverine. I know that it's a minor critique, but I don't like it when they knock out the blacks. I realize it's a flashback, but I don't like it when they wash out the blacks. Look at this whole page just washed out. Don't care for that, especially in a book like this, which wants to be very dark all the time. Here we are again, it's just pages. And here's a flashback where you need that black. So they're cheating on their own scene, I think. Okay, so I got to find the the bat symbol without the axe on his chest. I read Absolute Superman, and I like Jason Aaron's writing in general. I haven't read a lot of it, but I thought it was good. Very solid. Emo Superman. It was not so focused on Superman, the first volume that I read. So I look forward to um, stories that are focused on Superman. He's kind of introducing his supporting cast and stuff like that. And that's it. That's all we got. But what a joy to see that this is succeeding when there's like 16 pages on a panel, Dark Knight style. It's kind of cool. There's a lot to look at, a lot to read, and I'm very pleased to hear that it's doing well. Because the storytelling kind of goes against the traditional, every page is a pinup, 2 pages, 2 panels, 3 panels to a page. So I guess this is all I got to work with right here. Okay. Comic-Con Revolution, Ontario, Canada. Cool. I've been playing with the idea of going to Fan Expo Canada, which is also in Toronto, I think. I have to hook up with Kevin, the Fan Expo guy. Also, I'm a little concerned about traveling to Canada with our current situation. I want to make sure I can come back. The funny thing is first time I went to Canada. Well, I've been to Canada twice, and I got to say the Canadians hassled me more than the U.S. did, but that was before we had a current asshole in charge. I anticipate actually that I would have an even harder time now crossing into Canada. But I've been meaning to pick Kevin's brain over at Fan Expo and get some advice. Joe's Jam Starters are the best. Acid says, nice. I'm taking a smaller Wolvie Joe did and doing a jam on that. Oh, that's a cool idea for that little jam. Turning that into a jam. It could certainly be a jam. Joe's Jam Starters are the best, especially the Spideys with the webbing. His webbing is next level. Acid loves my webbing. So Luke says, agreed. Acid doesn't get any better than Joe. Flames. Oh, getting a screen grab there for that. I'll use you. Can I use you for my online social media recommendations? That's so good. Says Acid. Would look nice next to my Samurai Wolverine. Haha. Samurai Wolverine, that was a badass drawing. I'm thinking of making that into a print too. But I've already got 2 Samurai Wolverine prints. They don't sell so great. But I like yours best of all the ones that I've done. The symbols, sometimes it's textured and sometimes it isn't. I just read 17 today. It was great. No, California. Oh, you're in Ontario. Oh, Ontario, California. Oh, really? I didn't know there was an Ontario in California. Whereabouts in California is that? Thank you. Honored to have it in my collection. The Samurai. Yes, Samurai was very fun. I like the idea of these ears being knives or batarangs or whatever you call them. But you have to draw it. Just always remember that there's a smaller ear inside, right? There's the smaller ear, so you get both versions when he pulls these things out of his head. You still have bat ears, they're just the shorter ones. So a lot of this is going to be in shadow, but I just want to get the anatomy anyway. Yeah, 17 issues in and still going strong. That's a great thing. That's very good. Let's get to 100. It's midway between Pomona and Fontana off the 10 freeway, May 16th and 17th. Okay. Instagram is sharing the guests coming through. Very cool. do some serious drawing over the logo right now. If I got another jam piece, would there be a way to have the webbing connect to the new piece? Give me a second. Let me work that math out. One second, I'll grab another blank. We could do it like this way, say. I don't know if you can see the blue pencil. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do it. You could also do it this way. I'm not sure you can see this. Hold on. All right. 1 second. So the original way I said was we could do another head this way and kind of have them connect, or we could do it this way, where we can connect this web to a head. That actually probably work pretty cool. And then I could start another web here and like do something like that. And same here, we could have the web coming up through here. Maybe something branching this way, and then you'd have 1, 2, 3 over here. That's an idea. I could create a frame here, like if you wanted somebody in this spot and then somebody fresh in this spot, I'd create another web border here somewhere. So this would probably split off like this. I think that's what I would do. So you'd have 1, 2, 3 here, and then a border which would contain this guy. Throwing some ideas out. Hope you can see that well enough. He can make that happen, says Ange. Paluk says, now we really want another jam piece. What Spidey blanks do you have? Well, I have the amazing 965, which you already have. Let's see what else I got. I'm loaded with the Spider-Man blanks. This is an amazing Mary Jane. I don't know if you can see through the cover. Here's an amazing 789. Amazing 818, The Hunted. This is the one you have. Let's see, a few of those. And we've got Spider-Man, which is the adjectiveless Spider-Man, which is Legacy 157, but this is a #1 issue. Got Ultimate Spider-Man #1. And then we have the bigger ticket covers. Let's see if I can find those real quick. These are plus $25 because they're kind of pricey. This is an Amazing Fantasy 15 facsimile. This is Amazing 129 Punisher. Amazing 238 First Hobgoblin. Amazing 300 First Venom. So these would be an additional $25 because that costs money, man. 802, which is I guess another #1. And let's see. And then we got 850. So there's a lot to choose from. Like if you wanted a Punisher, a Punisher on this side with some webs, you could try the Amazing 129. If you wanted like a young Peter Parker with glasses, you could put him here. And then the web borders, young Peter Parker face, and then the webs connecting. That'd be pretty neat, actually. Let's see, we've got first Hobgoblin face off with. I like the heads on this side like a face off rather than next to each other. Although you could do one next to each other, like say Spider Gwen or another Spider Man, and then they'd be like a team, and then you'd have villains in each cell. So this is a lot of ways to mess around with this. This might be good for a Venom face off with Spidey and Venom. There's no charge for the non expensive ones though. So short answer, we can make that happen. Let's see. Let's do it. Just bought the commission. Okay, great. I can't decide on whether I want a Ben Riley Spidey or a symbiote Spidey head. Ooh, interesting. Well, it'll give you some time to think about it because I want to finish Absolute Batman first, and then we'll jump on the Jammer. So it'll give you some time to think about it. No pressure. Sit with it a little bit. Maybe doodle something on your table if you have some time, or if you're in a boring meeting, sketch the two together. The symbiote Spider-Man works. Ben Riley Scarlet Spider, or I know there's a Ben Riley version of Spider-Man also, but we can do whatever you like. There's a million combinations. Always happy to fire ideas back and forth. It's kind of fun. All right, where is my absolute? Yeah, so I read this. I liked it. Thought it was fun. Emo Superman. I could see a reason why he would be so pissed off. I also read Absolute Wonder Woman. I thought this was solid. Neither of these are better, in my opinion, than the classics, the Trinity. But they're fun to read, alternate timelines. I love this idea. If she wasn't called Wonder Woman, if she was called something else, I think we're in dire need for more female superheroes. If she were called something else, she could be a mainstay in the Marvel or the DC universe. I love this idea of the arm being magical, like she sacrificed herself on behalf of her friend Steve Trevor to deliver him out of hell. And magic is a very taxing practice and requires much sacrifice. and she gave up her right arm for him. I thought that was awesome. What a cool idea. And so the tats are I imagine magical runes or some kind of symbol that the arm is not native to her body. I love that idea. Love that idea. How she would interact with this guy, I don't know. Have you guys read that issue yet? I think one is going to appear in the other's book, right? I forget which. I don't know, maybe the Joker he's like a demon, right? So maybe he's like a magical demons I consider magical characters. So maybe Batman and Wonder Woman kind of fit after all. For sure, man. No worries. Cool. Thanks for understanding, Palooks. Love your idea, by the way. I've never done an adjoining jam piece, have I? Somebody else might remember better than me. There's some cool reference in the back for this costume. Are we ready to erase? Yeah, we should get ready to erase actually before we start filling in blacks because this paper really, this paper, not great for erasing. The ink pulls right up. Check out Heritage Auctions, by the way. They've got a fairly substantial original art, comic art collection. It's pretty crazy. You got a McFarlane page. This McFarlane page, as a matter of fact. And then two Action Comics covers, not just one, two Action Comics covers from the 1940s. These are this kind of 80-year-old artwork, just very hard to find, if I understand correctly. Two Frazetta paintings. This is the Vampirella cover. I guess he painted her costume off or something. I don't know. On one of my favorite Spider-Man covers. Look at that figure. Doesn't get any better than that, folks. I would love to own that. A lot of good stuff. They actually have a piece that I did on there. It was for a book called Spider-Man: The Jackal Files. It was basically like a pin-up book. They were doing whatever they could to cash in on the popularity of the Clone Saga, so I got to benefit from that. I did a bunch of pin-ups in the Jackal Files book, and one of them was J. Jonah Jameson. They have the original art for the JJJ pinup that I did. It's on the Heritage Auction site right now. Very affordable. I shouldn't have said that. Then you go over there and buy that piece instead of buying stuff from me. Me and my big mouth. Whatever, I'm a fan. It's good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff on there. Have you seen it? Okay, so yeah, this one goes down the center. I can't tell what this is, if it's Velcro or if it's padding, like Kevlar padding, or I'm going to say it's padding, like Kevlar padding. It's hard to know how to light it. That's my main concern. Okay, I think we're ready to erase. And we'll start filling in the big blacks. Well, my man's got to have a leg. We need to put a leg in there. Luke said, let's go with Spidey 2099. I love how you draw him. Fire. Colors absolutely pop. As for the blank, which do you think fits best? Yeah, for Spidey 2099. My first instinct was to continue this same, uh, the same cover, so that they look uniform together if you were to frame them and hang them on a wall. But I could work anyway. I also think this one might work better now that I think about it. Thinking some more, I would go with one which has the empty space up here as opposed to something here, because that gives me room to properly draw the head if we were doing a face off. If we were doing something like this, it might not look. I might either have to paint over some of this or redesign it a little bit, which we could also do. I was thinking symmetrically. All this whole thing, I'm thinking symmetrically, but one facing the other. But we could do whatever works for you. We could do one where the head is centered and the webs radiate and connect. So a million options. Still got time to think about it. I always say, people will tell me, "Oh, have fun with it." I'll always say, it's better to have feedback from the client, customer, that's you, because I probably have a million ideas in my head, and I guarantee you will hate 999,990 of them. So it's always good to point me in a direction, and then I can riff from there. I had a client once, Taco Bell, as a matter of fact. The art director was like, I think it was doing a stand-up display piece or something for Halloween. And the guy was like, "Oh, just have fun with it. We want these I don't know, they were like monster hands. That was like a Happy Meal, and that was the toy. They were promoting were these monster hands. So it's like a werewolf hand and a witch's hand and a Frankenstein type hand. And they were all in a graveyard. And he's like, so yeah, just have fun with it. And so I had fun with it. And then I get it back, and he's like, why don't you do this, do that, do this? It's like, well, if you told me what you were looking for before, instead of saying just have fun with it, you might have gotten something closer to what you were looking for. So that happens occasionally, not often, occasionally. I've never had it happen with sketches or commissions. I can't think of one time when a guy wasn't happy with what he had commissioned. I can't think of one time. And I have many customers that keep coming back 2 or 3 times a year, once a year. My buddy James, he meets me at a convention once a year, and we're working through the Spider-Man villains. I've done Electro for him, Dr. Octopus, Mysterio. So we're kind of working our way through Spidey's Rogues Gallery. It's kind of fun. And then Danielle, Danielle sends me an email every few months. Hey, can you do this character? You'll see some of Danielle's pieces in March Sketch Cover Madness. We see some of James's. The thing about James's pieces, now that I think about it, is that I never get a proper scan of James's pieces because he always meets me at a show. So I don't think you'll see any of James's pieces. I never get a decent picture. I'll have to look through my photos though. Sounds good, man. Now that you put it like that, I think symmetrical would be best. Yeah, you'll do the heads symmetrically, symmetric kind of design, but the webs won't be symmetrical. The webs will be random. I'm thinking a head here. Sorry, 1 second. I keep forgetting to pull this back. I'm thinking a head here and a head here, and then the webs will be less symmetrical, and then the heads, whoever you get to draw inside, will be even. That'll be even less even. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you'll have a large head here, a small head here, so that'll help offset the evenness of the overall drawing design. I hope that makes sense. All right, I'm going to lay in some blacks. I'm going to try something. Here we go. Okay. Gonna do some brush stuff today. Every sketch cover is a little different, isn't it? So the paper on this is really soaks up the ink. So I'm going to try a darker ink and some brush on this. Batman's gonna be sick. Thank you. Every sketch cover they use like different paper or something, and so this paper really soaks up the black and makes it more like a gray. So I'm trying something different. I'm trying a different ink. I'm trying to brush today. Even this ink is getting soaked up. I think this might be my darkest ink. Even that's getting absorbed. Is this special bounty paper? The quicker picker upper sketch covers. Ah, I miss cranking the tunes, but I want this to be available on YouTube. When I'm in the zone, it gets very, very quiet. Yeah, even this ink needs a second coat to get that true black going. Bummer. It's the paper that this sketch cover is made out of. It really soaks up the ink somehow. It's all good. We'll work with it. Hmm. Just laying in the big black shadow shapes. Then we come in and refine, and maybe some hatching later. Okay, trying to make out what I'm doing here. And I lost track of his leg again too. He's gotta have a back leg. And we're gonna need some water to rinse out this brush. One second, be right back. Let's see, we need some water. Aha. So you don't want the ink to get too close to, I think they call this the barrel, the metal part that holds the hairs, because once that ink gets up close to the barrel, it will no amount of cleaning will be perfect. So you'll have these microscopic specks of dry ink which will sit inside those little nooks, and they'll make your brush split. Like instead of straight lovely little brush strokes, you'll get these split off hairs. The brush is working well today. I'm very happy to see. So I usually have that split hair problem. You might be able to see real close where I trimmed. It's hard to see, but I don't know if you can see this, but you can see where I started trimming hairs off this brush that are splitting. It's so annoying. It's hard to find a good brush nowadays. And I am using the wrong brush. This is supposed to be for white. No wonder it's working well, because I don't use the white brush often. Oh well, it's now a black brush. You don't want to use the same brush for white as you do for black. For the same reason, there will always be some kind of microscopic black ink inside these hairs, and so when you dip it in white paint, um, you won't get white, you'll get gray. So let me do something right now. Take one of my other brushes and assign it as white. 1 second, 1 second, because I will forget to do this. Now I have a new white brush. Yay. All right, where was I? Anything going on? Brush master. Not really. You make this look easy. Not really. Ains says Joe Easy St. Peter's his full name. No, not really. that's your point of view. Luke says weird. That was my middle name in college. Just kidding. Just kidding. LOL. Easy. Easy brush. Palooks. Right now we're just laying in the black shapes. We want to lay some black shapes inside here too. So I'm going to establish this giant peck. This is some kind of Kevlar padding, I'm imagining. So I want to keep that quilted look if I can. I'll come in here later with the pen and tighten all this area up. For now, we're just laying in black shapes, big black shapes. And even this ink that I'm using is really gray. It's the paper, folks. I can make this work for me. Like I'll really hit areas that I want you to focus on with another extra coat of ink. And then I'll start to create different values of the gray. The darkest grays, that blacks will be up by his head and neck. And as we get as we go further back in space, they can get lighter gray. Let me see, I have a bigger brush for the big spaces. It's just like anything else, really. The more you do something, the better you get at it, right? Age says, have Trump's head being sliced open with the axe. This message contains muted words. Which one of those words was sliced open? Look at the Ainge the rebel. What is the muted word? I know, right? I don't know which one of those is the muted word. It could be any of those. All right, where was I? All over the place here. Okay. It's a little hard to see with this thing in front of me, too. Don't forget, if you're just joining, check out the bin. All kinds of cool stuff. I create my own comics. I'm a writer as well as an artist. If you want to see me at the peak of my powers, just buy New ZODIAX today. You won't be sorry. Here every Thursday at noon, with very rare exceptions. I have to confess, I'm getting a little confused up in here thanks to the Hush logo, but I'll work it out. Yeah, I agree with the original idea I had. Shadow should start up there. Yeah, I agree with that. And we'll come in and we'll erase the rest of the Hush logo with some white pen. Ah, somebody guessed the muted word in Angel's post. Sliced open? Sliced bread? Would sliced bread get muted? Open? Open faced turkey sandwich? Would that get muted? Oof. We gotta, so I read Absolute Batman, Volume 1 from my library. I read Absolute Superman from my library. Liked them both. I read Absolute Wonder Woman from my library. I thought that was good. I read, well, I haven't read yet, but I have Absolute Flash here in my apartment. Haven't read it yet. And I have Absolute Green Lantern on order and Absolute Martian Manhunter on order. So cool to see Martian Manhunter getting some play other than the usual suspects. You'd always expect the DC Big Three to get some kind of attention, and then Flash and Green Lantern. But Hawkman, he doesn't get no love. Adam, he doesn't get no love. Whoops. Minor fuck up there. No worries. Here's an example where I can add an extra layer of an extra coat of black ink so that this arm pops in front of whatever's going on down there behind the arm, his waist, his groin area. I still got to draw that back leg. He says, need some music, James Bond soundtrack. I know, but I don't want to get flagged by YouTube. So I'm simulcasting this one on YouTube. But I'll come back to the music. I'll work on something that I don't think is so interesting, and I'll play the tunes. Some rousing tunes. It gets silent as the tomb when I hit the zone and disappear into the drawing. And there's nothing, no music playing. It gets real quiet. Let's see if we can start tightening up some of this stuff. I was up above it. Now I'm down in it. I was up above it. Break time. Now I can watch in peace. LOL. What do you do for a living, or what are you working on today? I know a lot of our streamers, a lot of streamers in the chat. They like to watch the whatnot while they're working, or instead of working. I'm not sure which. I'm a production planner for an industrial pump repair company. That sounds like something where you can't be spending all your time on whatnot. It sounds like something important to me. I don't know. I also do blueprints and the occasional QA, QC stuff. I mean, it has its moments. LOL. What was the hardest piece you ever had to work on? If there was any? I don't. First of all, let's say, what does QA, QC mean? And what was the hardest piece I ever had to do? Nothing comes to mind except very, 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 very early in my career. My very first gig was on a book called Rye, and that was for Valiant Comics. And it was my very first gig, so I remember a particular scene where Rye was in his quarters, and he's got kind of a luxurious living space, and there's a spiral staircase in his living space. I don't know. I don't know why. I could have just said, you know what? No spiral staircase in the living space. There's so many things that I could have done just to cut that corner, but for some reason I didn't think of them at the time, and I felt the necessity to try to draw a spiral staircase in perspective. And it broke me, man. It broke me. I spent most of the morning trying to draw a spiral staircase, and then I decided I needed to take a lunch break very early. And I went and got some pizza by myself, and I just sat in the pizza joint, just crying, just tears running down my eyes. Like, this is it. This was my moment. My very first gig. I've been working my entire life towards this goal to draw comics professionally, and Spider-Man in particular. And here was my shot, and I was dropping the ball, and had a rough time that lunch. But I finished my pizza, and I said, "Well, you're not doing anything else. There is nothing else. You either you either draw comics or you don't." And so took my napkin, I wiped my face, I wiped my tears away, and I went back to the office, and I drew a fucking spiral staircase. It sucked. It was a shitty drawing, but I did it. I would say, like, as far as difficulty, there's more psychological difficulty than technical difficulty. Next time I have the Rye book floating around, I'll show you the drawing. Technically, the most technically difficult drawing. I honestly don't remember technical stuff. There's probably a building or two or a cityscape that needed to be in perspective. It's extra difficult. I can't think of any right now. I know for the longest time, Palooka's new, so some of you whatnotters may have heard this story before. But for the longest time, I hated drawing cars. They were extremely difficult to draw for me. And so I remember being at MTV Animation, and I was working on a car commercial. It was a Nissan. I forget the model of the car, but it was a Nissan something. It was a Nissan something. So I had to do storyboards for this Nissan commercial. And when you have to draw 100 cars, you get good at drawing cars. And so now there's not a car around that I'm afraid to draw. For me, I think repetition helps. I know my wife can't stand repeating, or she seems to be a genius of some kind. She can see or read something and grab it instantly. Uh, I have to practice. I have to repeat things multiple times. And so for me, like if something's a challenge to draw, I'll just draw 100 of that object or item or figure or whatever. I'll draw 100 of them, and then you get good at it. Lo and behold, mindful repetition, you get good at something. I was very poor at drawing animals before I got the Cousteau gig. I did a 4-volume series featuring the adventures of Fabien Cousteau. And he goes traveling around the world, and he with a group of young readers, and he meets all kinds of animals and stuff like that. I was really bad at drawing animals, but after that, after drawing 400 pages of animals, you get good at it. There was a print I had. Oh, I tore it up. That was a print I had on the table yesterday of Spider-Man in a Sharknado. That was an example of me knowing how to draw sharks at any angle because I had done that series of graphic novels. Sharks have 5 gill slits. Well, the great whites do. 5 gill slits. And the fins, like you loosely draw like an S curve like this, and that's where all the fins go. Whoops, I did that wrong, didn't I? That's where all the fins go. So it's like, here's the dorsal fin, here's the front fin, and there's a tail, there's a stomach fin. I forget what you call them now. That's funny. And then there's tail fin, and then there's the tail itself. So it's this cool little design where it's like at every point, high or low point in the curve, you get a fin. It's pretty cool the way that works. And the gill slits are just behind the front fin, I believe, if I remember right. And then I got this little nose, snout. Oops. And then they've got this medium, what do they call it? I forget what they call it. The color of the shark is divided right down the center because when you're looking down, the gray of the great white shark top is hard to see. It's camouflage from above, and conversely, the white belly is hard to see from below. It's you're looking up from the depths of the water. You see a bright sky beyond the water, and the white belly helps camouflage the shark from below. Cool, right? I don't know. Same with cars. I draw cars the way I draw people. Nowadays, the front of a car, you ever see those grills, like the front of a car, right? There's the windshield. I don't know if you can see this. I'm way too far up. There's the windshield, right? And then here's the hood of the car. And then they don't even have bumpers anymore. They just have these big, fat, fragile looking grills, right? Is that dangerous or what? We just bought a car. Well, Sonia did. She bought a Toyota Camry hybrid, and the entire front of the car has no bumper. It's got this grill, this like plastic grill, and I'm like, this doesn't look safe. I don't know. Since any of hated spiral staircases. Yeah, I haven't drawn 100 spiral staircases, but I'm less intimidated by them now. Quality assurance, quality control. QA, QC. I know all about that in my line of work, says Ange. What do you do, Ange? Nice. I work with laboratory instruments that are used to test patient specimens at the bedside. Ooh, wow. I agree. Ooh, wow. You guys have some interesting, important work, and you should not be dallying on whatnot. But thank you for being here anyway. If you're going to dally on whatnot, thank you for coming here. Holy shit, look how long his ears are. That's cool. Yeah, the gill slits are behind the fin. It's bothering me now. It's been a while since I've drawn sharks, but let's see. They're in front. I was incorrect. Okay. Memory not so good. They're in front. 5 gill slits. So, yeah. So when you follow this arch up here, and that's where the bottom fin is. And then the gill slits are up here, 5. And then this nose should have came a little further forward. And even when you've drawn 100 sharks, you still have to stay with it to remember how to draw them. Looks great, says Acid. Palooka says that shark came out of nowhere. Cool seeing the process. It did come out of nowhere. Okay, bye, says Ange. Ange is taking my advice. Get off whatnot. Acid said, love it, looks great. Batman can pick up some mega channels with those. Oh, with the ears. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I can pick up signals from the Martian Manhunter. Did you guys ever see a British television show called Happy Valley? And if not, run, don't walk to your nearest library or video subscription provider and watch it. I know it's on BritBox because we subscribe to BritBox. I think are we the only ones who subscribe to BritBox? I wonder. We don't subscribe to anything else. Sonia likes the British detective shows. So do I, actually. Like I said, Happy Valley, fantastic. One of the best television shows I've ever seen. First 2 seasons, especially. First season is brilliant. It's brilliant. Okay, I'm going to need to break out the white pen just to make sure I'm drawing these shoulder pad well enough. Okay, getting somewhere. Cooking with gas. Start to come together. WJKR Radio. Joker. busting Batman all the time. All right. Okay. So we're drawing some Absolute Batman today. Taking a shot at him. I have one other Absolute Batman in there. So there's a bust shot in the bin. That was my very first attempt at a Absolute Batman drawing. This is my second. The first one was kind of like, yeah, just a bust shot, head and chest. This one's a little bit more involved. I like to draw characters in action. It's cool, it's cool to see, guys standing around and stuff like that. But, a lot of people can draw characters standing around. It's another thing to draw somebody in action, moving. I like I like that kind of thing. So you get a commission from me. I like to put our guys. I like to have them moving. I'll do some more standard heroic poses and stuff once in a while, but oh, that's so weird. I saw this little thing up here. I thought it's actually the negative space under the M, but I thought it was a spike. It should be a spike. And so should this one. This guy. Oops. We gotta Looking for the axe handle reference. Don't see any. I'll just wing it. He must keep that in his utility belt, I imagine, right? Still haven't drawn that back leg yet. No worries. We'll figure it out. That's rare, though, that I haven't worked out the entire figure by the time I started on it. Nice. Almost there. I see a light at the end of the absolute tunnel. Let's see. I stayed away from this area to let the white dry. So I can come back in here now. Abs bats. I should have got me some reference on this hand for lighting purposes. That looks good. Oh yeah. Looking badass. Looking badass. It's true. Look at this guy, man. He's not kidding around. He will have that ham sandwich. And you for lunch. They should have called this, instead of Absolute Universe, they should have called this Over the Top. DC OTT. All you whatnotters so horny about Absolute Batman. Who wants another? Who wants a sketch of Absolute Batman other than this one, which belongs to VIP Acid? I gotta find somewhere to sign this bad boy too. The hell? I filled the whole damn cover up. Get your sketches here. Extra, extra. Read all about it. Get your absolute Batman sketches here. Alright, let's see. What do we do here? Let's follow the reference. So what am I doing here? Oh, that's a knuckle. That's a knuckle, Joe. Okay. Got some shadow. Let's just fill that in. Simplify it. It's the shadow of the axe handle. Come on, babe. I think we got it. We've got a leg back here. Maybe just a little shading. Knee, calf, boot. That's a cheat. The boot is a cheat, but okay. Isn't he a sweetie? Let's have him over for tea. Terror. Tea for terror. Oh, I gotta sign it. I guess I'll sign it right along the axe handle. Or the axe blade here. I'll sign it right Nice. Michi, thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. This is my very first full figure of Absolute Batman. Belongs to Acid. You can't have it unless you're Acid. But you can have a different one. Maybe even a better one, because the more I do, the better I get at drawing this guy. Here's my first one. Here's my first sketch of Absolute Batman. I can tell already I didn't add his shoulder pads. That's fine. I think we're done. I'm going to set it aside. Did I miss anything? White highlights, I think, are covered. Spikes are covered. Badassery. This guy's for sale if anybody's interested. Just finished him today. Wolverine. Wolverine, Gary. Crushed it, said Acid. Thank you, thank you. No problem. My pleasure. That was fun. Over the Top Universe. Let's do Spider-Man 2099. Is Palooks in the house? I just want to confirm that we're doing classic Spider-Man 2099, right? The red and blue costume. If we could confirm that, just to be 100% certain, that'd be cool. Miss Mayhem says, congratulations, Aston. I don't know. I think it's done. Got it all going on. Extra long ears, extra long spikes, extra padding on his chest. Let's see. Okay, so now let's do this. If we get more than 10 people in the room, I might break out a mental game. I loaded up 2 games. One is threat level easy. I'd say 1 or 2 out of 5. 5 being very difficult. You're running for Google to do identification searches, and 1 being you could tell who it is by their underwear. I would say the first one is a 1 or a 2. I'd say it's a 1. And the second one is it's at least a 4, maybe a 5. Mm. Yeah. We're going to do some transferring just to get the balance right. We got a symmetrical face off, one character against another, or at least bookends. So I want them to be similar shape, and I don't want to have to do measurements and stuff like that. So I'm just going to do a quick transfer. One, two, three. One, two, three. shit. I forgot what's. I forgot what. I forgot what Spider-Man 2099 looks like. Let's see. Uh, maybe character sheet. Here's a good image. It's good enough. Ah, when I was working at Marvel and I was drawing Spidey 2099, I was on a mission to draw Peter Parker, mainstream Spider-Man. And so I essentially treated Spidey 2099 like an audition for classic Spidey. So I drew Miguel O'Hara like Peter Parker. I drew Spidey 2099 like I would draw modern present day Spider-Man. And I drew the webs, the McFarlane style webs for Spidey 2099. And lo and behold, I got a gig drawing present day Spider-Man. Kind of worked out. Mission accomplished. And then it's a little bit like, okay, what do you do now? And that's when I started to think about my creator owned projects and possibly a gig at Image. And lo and behold, I got a gig at Image. That's what Megahertz turned out to be. Um, I would have handled Megahertz much differently now that I know much more. Megahertz would have been in color right out of the gate. And I might have gotten some Image folks to do a cover or two for me to help bring attention to the series. I should do that with new ZODIAX too. Who do you think I could get to do a cover for new ZODIAX that wouldn't break my bank? I can't think of anybody. Jim Lee would certainly break my bank. I think he charges like 10 grand just for a head sketch. Right? Eric Larson, maybe. Here's the thing about, well, I can't do much about that. I've established that this guy is going up this way. So he's going to have to stick to his eye. That's just the way it's going to have to be. But maybe I can get it really thin by the time it ends up over here. Network clean already? No, it's wrong limb. I'm not sure that mask is correct. I thought not. Rodney. Yeah, but Rodney's not like an image guy. He's Rodney I can get, but I mean like how do I say this? Like I could get Rodney. Um, Rodney would ink a cover for me. How about Nick Dragotta? Absolute Batman artist. I wonder what he would charge. Okay, ready to ink. Here we go, folks. Paluk's doing his QA, QC. Paluk's, there you are. Man, this is going to be awesome. So we are, I just wanted to confirm, we're talking about classic red eyes, blue, black costume, right? Not the white version or the silver version, right? Ooh, the shake is good. One thing I forgot to do is this one right here. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Acid loves my webs, so he's gonna have a good time watching this one. Acid's always like, master webbing. It's weird because you really can't get webbing wrong, you know. I say that all the time. Mm. Luke's, your webbing is my favorite. Fire. Another webbing fan. You're all good as is. Really connects everything. and it leaves good spaces, for they're not all equal spaces. You can put one of your more favorite characters in the larger slots, or the less expensive artists in the smaller slots. If they charge you more for something like this than this, then there's a variety, not just in the design, but there's a variety of choices for you. I like this for you when you take this to a show. Ontario, California. I gotta look and see who the Artist Alley guests are. We got to figure out where to sign this. I'll probably have to sign it underneath here. I feel the need to sign because they're two different pieces. So I don't know. I'll be more less loud over here, as this one's pretty fat. I'll be more subtle over here with the signature. Great spacing. I feel they always forget to add all the artists. Oh, on the website, are they one of those celebrity type shows? Be awesome if you'd make it out to one of these shows. It would be. I need to get to the West Coast at some point. A Vlad the Impaler and one of 2099 would be awesome. It would be awesome. Pay for his airfare and he is there, says Ange. Mr. Toupee? What is Mr. Toupee? Some shows are super fat enough that they're worth it for me to travel to on my own dime. I think San Diego is one of those shows. New York Comic Con is one of those shows. I would even say something like it's been 20 years since I've been to Emerald City, but I would say Emerald City, my memory of Emerald City was that I did very well there. And so I would say that would be one of the shows. Um, there is a fan expo San Francisco, which I thought about going to, but I don't know too much about that. I haven't talked to anybody who's been to that show. So I was talking about how when I was at Marvel working on Spidey 2099, I was drawing the character like I would draw present day Spider-Man. And nowadays, if I were to work on the character again, I would probably make him more horror looking. I don't know if that's a word. Is that a word? I'd make him more menacing. I don't think. I think Spidey, classic Spidey, is more of a, I guess, superheroic, positive kind of vibe. By the way, I saw the trailer yesterday. When we were watching it, I forgot to mention that I liked his costume. It was very. It wasn't Tony Stark super tech. It was looked like something a high school kid could make, and I approve of that message very much. Maybe in the horror vibe, I'll make my signature more like a shredded webbing kind of signature. This is a first, the diptych sketch cover. First for me, at least. Nice idea. Ains is peluca. Oh, right. Peluca means toupee. That's right. Wig. That's right. Dai. Very good. We learned our Spanish yesterday. All right, I think I'm gonna have to separate these now, just so I can get in there, move the stuff around, move the book around a little bit as I draw. So I think we've established that everything is hooking up well. I'm going to so this guy's finished as far as black and white, so we just have to color this. So we'll set this guy aside, come back when we're coloring, and this guy we're ready to erase the pencils. Erie. Luke said, sorry, coming in and out of the stream. Work got a little crazy. Just excited to see how this comes out. LOL. Ain says, Paluk's sent you a message with pics of his pencils in 2099 Unlimited Spider-Man. Ain says, Joe, I sent you an email with my favorite ones from that issue if you want to show everybody. Okay. Thanks for sharing. Paluk says to Ames, the Vlad the Impaler would look good in one of those boxes in your 2099 book. Facts. Let's start a campaign. Vlad the Impaler 2099. New series from Marvel. Oh yeah, that's a cool drawing. Yeah, that's a cool drawing. Those are your favorites? I seem to recall Vlad being red, but I guess not. My memory is not good. I didn't know he was shirtless either. I would have I did not do not remember this book at all, I guess. My version of Vlad, his entire body is red except for the cybernetic parts and his face. But that's interesting. Yeah, you can see in the Spider-Man drawing that you sent me, Ames, you can see the McFarlane webs, right? He had never, we had never drawn McFarlane webs in Spider-Man 2099 before me. Pretty sure that's the truth. People dig the McFarlane style noodle spaghetti webs. One thing I picked up, I think, from an artist named Jeff Jones, is that he gave the eye pieces on 2099 guy. It gave him like a 3D quality. That's something that I like very much. It made him. I don't know. It made it look a little more menacing when the eyepieces are lifted off the face. I don't think it works for Peter Parker Spider-Man, but I think it works very well for this guy. So I'm going to try to do that 3D type face. Wish me luck. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do not remember Vlad looking like that. It's very funny. I saw him in like a blood red bodysuit. Um, very interesting. You can find a Spidey 2099 print with Vlad on it. That's in the bin, right? All the prints have a prefix code of 300. Yeah, 307, Spider-Man and the Rogues. It has Vlad. That's the kind of color on the print. That's the color that I saw Vlad wearing. That's so funny that I have no memory of how it was finally colored. I must say I don't like it. Let's put it this way, it's not what I saw in my head. Shirtless vampire cyborg. Ooh. Isn't there a comic book, Shirtless Bear Fighter, or something like that? Shirtless. I'm trying to think of something like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Naked vampire. Half naked. Half naked vampire cyborg. Because there's already a character called I think it's called Shirtless Bear Fighter. Something like that. Shirtless Bear Fighter, yeah. See, I don't want to do that. Shirtless, I want to do half naked vampire cyborg. And I need one more thing. Dogs. Whoops, I got rid of my whatnot stream. Hold on a second. Is that the way you would have colored him in the book? Yeah, bodysuit, like a blood red. And then his ribs are also cybernetic. They open and close. I don't know if you can tell that in the story, but his ribs are cybernetic, so they open like a face hugger, alien face hugger, or like a crab's legs, you know. And that part of him is also cybernetic. So that would be a metallic color. That's how I saw it. It's a long time ago. X means black. Come back in with a bigger brush and hit those spaces. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. do, 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 do. Yeah, you should be able to find this. Ideally, this episode without music should not run up any flags over on YouTube. So you should be able to watch this entire episode on YouTube because I'm pretty sure I'm simulcasting. I should have checked actually. Shoot. I should have checked. I'm going to check right now. Yeah, there I am. Should have checked. I don't get anyone asking questions on YouTube. So I guess I've gotten used to that. And I forgot to load up the whatnot or the YouTube. We have a Vlad the Impaler fan. 30 years too late. It's all good. There's always room for more Vlad fans. I think Vlad would make an excellent antagonist for our boy the Liberator. He's one of those cyborg enthusiasts. You know how people back in the day they get tattoo happy and they'd cover their bodies or get sleeves or have their backs covered in ink. Now there's a whole generation of people who are getting cybernetic implants. I saw one guy who had actually his teeth were exchanged. This isn't cybernetic, but it's cosmetic. Um, his teeth were exchanged with snake teeth. And I was like, that's fucked. Pretty scary looking. And so there are also people that, they're getting cybernetic implants and stuff like that. Liberator himself, Benjamin, has a jack behind his right ear. So it's just a matter of time before that stuff starts happening. FYI. And so Vlad struck me as one of those guys. Like he wanted to be the baddest assassin ever. So in order to do that, he felt like he had to enhance his entire body to super high degrees. That was my take on him. The last few episodes that had music were fine that we were able to watch. Oh, really? Ain said he was an actual historical figure, right? Who was? Vlad the Impaler? Vlad Tepes? Um, I think he was. Damn, this is looking good. Thank you. I'm not done yet. It's getting there. So yeah, so like I said, I wanted to create a like a 3D effect on his eyepieces. I can even gradually change the color of the webbing as you go across. Maybe put more reds in this one And then I've already established some blues in the Spider-Man one. It might be cool to kind of mix the vibes a little bit. See, I like this kind of like, I don't know, it's like a textured eyepiece that sits on top of the bodysuit. I think that's kind of cool. I saw that. Um, there's an artist named Jeff Jones. He's mostly a painter, and he did a painted image of Spidey 2099, and he had added that kind of effect. I thought it was cool, so I swiped it. Damn, this is looking good, says Palooks. Thanks, Palooks. It's your idea, man. You better like it. It's always fun to collaborate. And then we put the two together in black and white. I should scan this actually. I forgot to scan this one in black and white yesterday, but I shouldn't forget this one. Bling. 1 second. Bling. That looks cool. I like it. Wicked cool. Thank you. All right. So, this is done in black and white pretty much. Let's add some webs. So I'm gonna I think I might do that because we've got some blues in the webbing here, and he's got blue in him. I might bring some reds into the webbing, like just gradually a little bit here and there. It's like little spots of blue I've got going on here. I'll bring little spots of red in here. I think that would be cool. And then keep the gray overall, gray webbing with white highlights. I think that would be cool. But this one I'm going to want to scan this. So let's warm up the computer. I'm ticked that I didn't scan this in black and white, but it's good. It's all good. Let me warm up the computer. Stand by. Do what you think is best. Thank you for your faith in my decisions. Appreciate it. All right. We should have this done before 5:30-ish, I would hope. We can start to color this. Let's color this one. Finish this one off. Let me open up Photoshop. All right, so I'm going to scan this guy. Enjoy soak in your Spidey jammer while I scan the black and white of Spidey 2099. We'll come back. We'll color it up. It'll look badass. Be right back. Probably 5 minutes or so. shiny. I know how to do it. So I'm going to hit this top one. Ooh, that's way too dark. That's dark. Does anyone have any light blue markers? I know what light blue markers are all about, Charlie Brown. Lights, please. Hello. On the mountainside, there were light blue colors. Still not light enough, but I'll take it. Just a hint to continue this motif. Just a hint. And then we're going to hit the rest of this with some reds, reddish, not bright red, warm reds. This looks good. Yeah, I like that. It's kind of like a dark pink. That's peach, huh? Not sure I would call that peach. Oh yeah, that's peach. That's not the color on here though. The ink is peach, but the cap isn't peach. I think this could look very cool finished. I haven't seen too many finished pieces. Ainge has a finished jam piece. I think I saw one from this guy. I think his name was Jason from the CGC Collectibles service. He had one where I had done a piece like this, and then he had Jay Lee do three. I think they were Spider-Man villains. Um, so that looked pretty cool. Good call on the colors. Yeah, Palooks, do you have any artists in mind when you go to the Ontario show who you're going to hit up yet? Or is it still too early? Loving it so far. That's what I've been thinking about. Yeah, who you're going to approach to fill in some of the slots. That's cool. You know, I've never done that myself. It sounds like a fun little project for oneself. And I like you don't have to exactly follow, you don't have to exactly buy my jam pieces, but I've never seen a lot of jam pieces that are kind of pre-designed. You know what I mean? Most of the jam pieces that I see are very how do I say? They don't look like they're meant. Sometimes the drawings don't look like they're meant to be next to each other. It's just like four or five random people just drawing their drawings. And I, uh, me and this guy Jason, we came up with the idea to, create an overall design first, and then when you approach the other artists, they have no choice. They follow the design. And so therefore, when everything is done, you get a nice, pleasing piece of art that looks like it's supposed to look like that. I might get Mark Texiera and Rubenstein to add something. They normally come to the local cons. That's cool. Is Texiera on the West Coast now? He's so good. And Rubenstein, wow, he's great. He's an excellent painter. It depends on the artist on the con. Of course it does. I'll definitely send you pics after the con to update you. I would love to see the final version or even a work in progress. That would be great. Thank you in advance. Acid said Rubenstein is super sick. Got my Wolvie remarked by him at Terrificon. Yeah, the guy started really young, coming out of the gate. Extremely talented guy. Can't stand him. I was not as good as he was when I was 19. It took me quite a while to get to a professional level, but he was like 19 years old, his first gig. And that his first gig, if I remember right, was the Avengers Annual where Thanos was killed, or the death of Thanos. That was his first gig. What a sick way to start, right? Rubenstein gave me a nice compliment at New York Comic Con. It was pretty funny. Um, some of you may remember the Spidey piece that I was working on here on Whatnot, and every once in a while, I I would break it out and I would draw. It was a Spider-Man figure, like spinning a web, leaping kind of pose. And every once in a while, I'd break out the drawing and I'd draw more villains in the background. So there was about 30 villains by the time it got finished. And nobody here on Whatnot wanted to bite. So I sold it at um, New York Comic Con to DB. Is DB in the room? He's come in and out of the room, the chat every once in a while. I don't think I saw him today, but he's the guy who bought it, and he's like my new PR guy because he showed it to like everybody. He showed it to everyone at New York Comic Con. I guess he liked it. And Rubenstein comes up to me at the show at my table. He was kind of passing by, and he's like, "Dude, you're making us look bad. I saw this drawing of Spider-Man with all these villains on it," and he goes, "You're making us all look bad. Stop drawing so well." And I thought that was funny. Is DB in the room? I don't see him. His handle is like it's almost like a serial number, DB something something something. So I don't remember his name. I don't remember the handle. I remember his name, but I don't remember his Whatnot handle. But he's pretty funny. I was on the floor, the main floor, New York Comic Con, and I was looking through some back issues, and the retailer guy, I guess he recognized me, and he goes, "Hey, how's it going, Joe?" And I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And he goes, um, "We were just kind of shooting the shit." And he goes, "This is one of my best customers. He came up to me. He had a drawing of yours." It's like Spider-Man with like 30 of his villains. Like, that's my guy. He's my he's my new PR guy. I thought it was hilarious. Like wherever I went at the show that weekend, somebody was talking about that drawing. And New York Comic Con is not a small place. Dang, I wish I could see it. Well, stay tuned. It's definitely going to be in the mix. And starting in March, I'm going to do March Sketch Cover Madness. And I'm 99% positive that it will be in the contest. I got to double check that actually. Because I actually don't remember seeing it. Is it possible I did it last year? The year before? No. It's cool you do these strokes and it starts dark, and as you pull the marker away, it gets lighter. So you're automatically doing some rendering. Haha, that's funny. Acid, you were at New York Comic Con. Ainge says, nice, Palooks. Palook says, thanks. That's hella impressive at that show. I mean, it was an impressive piece. It was definitely last year. I don't see it on your OG, though. You mean IG? Impressive, Joe. Keep up that awesome work, says Sam. Thank you, Sam. Welcome back. But Luke says, damn, the colors really make this piece pop. Yeah, man. It's good for you. Let's put these together, see what they look like. Nice. This guy needs some white highlights like Spidey's got. Oh, huh? Very fun. Yeah, let's do a screen grab of that. Looks good. Pop. Okay, let's do some highlights. Already got a nice highlight right there. I don't want to mess with that. There's a nice one right there. A lot of times I'll screw up the webs, like they'll have some overlapping and stuff, but I think I drew these webs pretty tight actually. Sweet. Fun. He's always fun to draw. I don't know why, I just wanted to make that a little deeper shadow down in there and up in here as well. Nice. Palooks, thank you, man. I will send both of these in the same package. And then I'll send you like a little something like a new ZODIAX sticker or something like that. Where are my new ZODIAX stickers? They were right here. Here they are. I'll send you a little something like this in an envelope so that you don't have to pay so much postage for the second package. And then we can move from there. Anybody else? I've got a few minutes left. Anybody have any more questions? Commentary? Requests? Requestuses? Should I know, let's see what else we got going on here. Mind if I get another screen grab? Sure, sure, sure. You want a screen grab of this guy? Damn. The last marker really popped it. Great set. It looks like Palooks is crying. I can't see those emojis. Super pumped. Get these pieces in. Fire. Brings me so much joy to see you do this live. I know a lot of people like to see, well, why not? You know, watch your drawing get done live. It's a cool idea. Dean, thank you so much. Can I show my absolute again, please? Yes, let's show the absolute. And then I'll run a couple auctions. See if we can sell Wolverine today. That would be cool. Otherwise, he comes with me to Northeast Comic Con. Hobby said, I'm definitely going to have to get one of your sketches in the future. Do you take requests? Of course. What are you thinking? Palooks, together too, please. Sure, 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 sure. Let's see. Pull the camera back. Let me get my hand out of the way. How's that? It's hard to hold them together. Ainge says he does. Ainge jumping in there, being the moderator. What are you looking to get? Nothing like seeing your piece getting done in person. I agree. A lot of people they're probably being respectful. They'll make requests at shows and then they'll leave and they'll come back like an hour or two later. But I'd be more inclined to sit there and watch the process, especially with somebody like Adam Hughes. I like his stuff very much. And Adam Hughes's sketches, they're conceptual. They're not just great drawings. They're kind of, there's like an idea behind them. So I like to see that part of the process. Absolute looks dope AF. Speaking of absolute, I noticed that I feel like I need to finish his hand over here. My first full figure, and I did sign. First full figure of absolute. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I do this when you guys aren't looking. I'm packing up something and I'm like, I'm looking at the drawing, and sometimes I like add a little something, something here and there, just a little tightening. But so glad I shot reference for this arm. It looks fantastic. Uh, it's fun to learn and to improve your drawing skills. Um, it's my favorite part of the drawing now, this arm. Let's see. What else we got? Let's see. Love it. Thanks. Hobby says either Wolverine, TMNT. I have a Wolverine. I have a TMNT, Lobo or Nightcrawler. Uh, I've drawn a Lobo. It's one of my favorite drawings. Um, it's in my very first sketchbook. It's not in my current sketchbook, but Lobo is fun to draw. Here's a Wolverine. Let's see if anybody's interested in it. You can just take it home right now. Wolverine. There he is. Do 30 seconds. Full figures are 150 bucks. No extra charge for all the splatter and stuff. I was just getting into the visceral nature. And then earlier today, I just wanted to pop these claws a little bit, so I added some shading with the toothbrush, more toothbrush shading on his chest. I think it looks cool and helps pop the claws. So grab this sucker for 150 bucks today. Otherwise, you can also get it at Northeast Comic Con next month for 200 bucks. One thing about the Whatnot stream, some of the regulars know this, is that you save 50 bucks off of anything you buy here on Whatnot because I don't have to travel. I'm working out of my studio. Hobby. Look at that. I live to serve. There's also a TMNT floating around somewhere too. Let me see if I can find that one. Here's a TMNT. This is 150 at a show, but you can get $50 off if you buy this guy today here on the stream. It's 100 bucks, 30 seconds. Here we go. Going to shows, I got to pack my gear. I got to travel. I got to rent a car. I got to fly in a plane. I got to take my shit to a venue. I got to set everything up. So happy to give you guys a discount because I'm sitting right here in the comfort of my own home studio. Also going to the Little Giant Old School comic show. That will be fun. Here's my very first. Looking at this, it feels like 10 years ago. But this is my very first attempt at absolute Batman. This is usually I had 100 bucks for color, so this would be a head slash bust sketch is 100 bucks, and usually it's another 100 for color. So this should be 200 and 250 at a show. So for some reason I have it on here for 150. So grab this now while you can, because I'm going to probably raise the price on this to my usual rates. Not sure what I was thinking. Nightcrawler is one of my favorite X-Men. I don't have any Nightcrawler sketches, but I might have some in the sketchbook. Let me check. I can't get here sooner. What a nice compliment. They're beautiful. Thanks again. My pleasure. Thank you, Palooks. Welcome to the stream. You'll be on the Wall of Fame, episode 250-ish. I'm collecting absolutes from different artists. Awesome piece, Acid says Age. Palooks says, gotta finish up here at work. Thanks again. Cheers. No problem. Thank you, man. Welcome. Such a unique pose, says Acid. Love it. Yes. You gotta have some ass kicking poses. I'll hit you up on message, says Age to Palooks. Looks amazing. Don't make Joe travel and get those deals. I love not traveling. This one I can't believe, frankly, I can't believe this hasn't sold yet. This is quite great, if you ask me. And I didn't even charge for the background. Look at that gray. Whew. That ain't black, Sally. Head sketch with background, 150. So I guess the background was simple, so I only charged half of what I usually charge for a background. So $100 for head slash bust, $100 for a background because the background is simple. I took $50 off, so this would be 200 at a show. Today it's 150. Signature up here in the corner box, like a Marvel corner box. This will almost definitely sell at Northeast Comic Con. I would put money on it. It will be gone by Little Giant. That's a guarantee. Hobby Hub Store. Hobby Hub Store bought my Wolverine. I know. Thank you, Hobby Hub Store. Appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know. Did I forget to mention that? Oh, let's see. Hobby Hub Store, good get. You got an amazing talent, says Hobby Hub Store. Hobby, we've seen you in the stream before, right? I remember your name. Welcome back. Thank you. That drawing is sick. Acid burn. Ainge says Hobby Hub Store bought your Wolvie. Any Invincible? I don't have one pre-made, but I did score one of these. So hang on a second. What's the name of his company? Skybound. I do have a Skybound 10-year anniversary sketch cover. I thought this would be very suitable for Invincible, and I've got a couple people in and out of the stream who've asked for Battle Beast. So I did score one of these if anybody's interested in Invincible. Let's see. Hobby says, had to, it looks amazing. Acid says, new Invincible blanks are coming in March too. I did order a Marvel Team Up number 4, I think it was, or 14. Spider-Man and Invincible. So I should be getting those in. I don't. Whenever those come in, I don't know when those are. I ordered those from Riverbend Comics here on Whatnot. If you're not following Riverbend, you should. Great guy, great guys, and John is usually the host early in the morning, and I'm happy to see a lot of the people that I follow and buy from are they're starting to do really well. And so 7 o'clock in the morning, you go to Riverbend on Tuesday or Wednesday, and he's got like 50 people in the room. Here's amazing Mary Jane with the Venom. Mary Jane, where are you, Mary Jane? I don't have an MJ in the book. Let's say, let's put MJ in. Well, MJ's in the bin. She is item number. It's going to take me so long to add this to an auction when she's already in the bin. Let's see. BIN item 216. All of the pre-done commissions and original art pieces have a prefix code 200, so you can scroll, do a search for 2, and then all of the items with 200 prefix code show up. So Mary Jane is number 200. She's 250 at a show, but 200 here on the stream. Let's see what else we got. Anything else in the auction section? Oh, Daredevil. Cousteau, Amazon. Where did that come from? Who knows? Here's Daredevil. Head sketch. This is on a Daredevil #1 facsimile. I usually charge $25 for that. Background is simple. So that one's I'm charging half price for that, but not even half price. It looks like I'm only charging for the head sketch itself. So this is a good time to get a deal, 50% off what I would charge at a show. I got to change that right now if nobody buys this. I got some books from him based on your recommendation from Riverbend, John. Yeah, definitely mention my name. I did a Hawkeye, Kate Bishop Hawkeye sketch for John, and that will be in the March Madness sketch cover madness as well. Okay, I'm changing the price on Daredevil. It should be 175. Okay, let's move on. What else we got here? Joe's sketchbook. That's the deal of deals. The Daredevil, I agree. Sketchbook. This is number 66 of 100. You can find this in the bin. It's an early issue. All of my books, creator-owned projects, Marvel graphic novels, Cousteau graphic novels, those are all right in the front of the bin, like the first 40 or 50 items. I have some sketchbooks that already have remarks on them. Those are also in the bin. You can jump on those and save some money. There's over 100 sketches in here, many of which are going to be in the March Madness. Let's see if I can find one that I recognize from the March Madness. None yet. This is the pencil art from the Venom versus Wolverine cover. This is the actual pencil art by me. One of the last times that I pencil this tight when I'm inking, but this was the very first cover I ever inked for Marvel Comics. So I penciled it and inked it. I must have been trying to do real good. Trying to impress somebody. I don't know what that's all about. Here's Nightcrawler. A boy, I love him. I like him when he looks a little more handsome. I'm not a fan of Nightcrawler. Well, I don't mind, but I prefer Nightcrawler looking more handsome than bestial. I like the Beast looking more bestial than handsome. Call me crazy. I'm such a fanboy. Let's see. I don't see anything yet that is in the This must have been the year before then. I don't see anything in here that's in the sketch cover madness. How wild is that? They must have been in last year's sketch cover madness. We were talking about Vlad the Impaler. Here he is. Sold long time ago. Still available. This guy. Acid is trying to sell this one. He'll give you a good deal. Hit him up. These are still available. This was the winner of a Mental Metal, if I remember right. Right, Ange? This is Ange's piece. And there's Acid's Samurai Wolverine. That's badass, dude. Lucky you. I love Space Ghost. Yeah, none of this is in the March sketch cover madness, so they must be more than a year old. But sketchbook is $30. I can sign it right here for free. You can get an extra, get a remark in black and white or color. Just check out the bin for that. What else we got for auction? I don't have the remark prints with me. I'd have to dig up the remark prints if you guys really want those. Let's see what else we have. Spidey Super Special with remark. I did have that. Spidey Super Special with MJ remark. I usually charge $80 at a show for the remark. The book itself cost me $10. So you're getting a discount on the remark and you're getting the comic book for free. It's hard for me to find the classic comics that I worked on for a reasonable price nowadays. So they're at least $10. So let's run this auction. MJ Remark, signature by me right there. 30 seconds. Here we go. Just for people who might be straying in, looking for something to grab. You have a Miles Morales signed. I've got Miles Morales prints. Is that what you're asking? Hobby, or are you asking for if I have a commission done? Can I see the print? Yes, for sure. I'll be right back. We also have metal prints of Miles. Hang on one second. So let's see what we got here. Miles. We've got, can you see this one okay? We've got Miles, kind of, I call this one Spider-Verse Miles because the way the colorist Mike Atiyeh, he kind of added those cool kind of animation effects to him. And then we've got the one that you just saw that was in the sketchbook. That became a print. So we've got the Miles print. Those are in the bin. Prefix code number 30. No, they start with 3. Sorry, start with 3, not 30. And then we've got. I broke out the Venom remarks. Let's see. We've got Venom remark of Miles, which I can run very easily. These are 70 at shows, but on Whatnot, they're $10 off. So I can run this. Venom print with a white space down in the center, 50 of them printed with the blank white space. Each one has a remark on it. This is the only one of its kind with the Miles remark. That's my Wolvie DP. This was your book, right? Acid says. Yes, it was. You're talking about the MJ remark on Planet of the Symbiotes. Yes, I did the cover with the great Terry Austin, and I penciled the Spider-Man story inside. It's like a flip book. So I've been buying these when I feel like it. I don't feel like spending this much money on these books. And then I put a MJ remark on it. Hey Joe, hope you are well. What's up, Bomber? It's a VIP day. Everybody's popping in. Can I see the print? I appreciate it. I'm trying to see if my daughter wants it. She's a Miles fan. Should I break it back out? I also, FYI, I also have Miles print in metal. The paper print is 100-pound stock. It's very sturdy and suitable for framing. But I'm trying out metal prints. We have the Miles print in metal is 60 here on the feed and 70 at a show. And there's also the brushed metal Miles. So there might be about a dozen of these in print. I'm just trying them out. I think I've got 2 of these left and maybe 4 or 5 of the white one left. Just keep me posted. Acid says, that's awesome. Hobby says, I sent her a photo. I'm at work and she's at home. She's taking forever to text me back. No worries. Very funny. She's a Miles fan, I'm gathering. He's cool. I gotta say, I don't think I haven't read one comic book with Miles in it, but the Spider-Verse movies were pretty great. I think Ainge said that the second Spider-Verse movie is his favorite Marvel movie, right? Speaking of Spider-Man 2099, I did not work on this book, but the theme of the X-Men book is they travel to 2099, so I thought it'd be cool to do a Spider-Man 2099 remark since we're on a 2099 kick today. Why not break him out, right? Let's see if I can find him in the auction. Here he is. 30 seconds for Spidey 2099. I gotta check to see if the Rogues are in the March Madness. I don't remember seeing it. No bites. We're $20.99 out. This is an example of what the venom prints look like before a remark goes on them. So I had 50. I guess I had 51 of these printed because this one's not numbered or signed. Here's my convention sign. $70 each. I told you it wasn't mine. This one has a remark of Venom Pool. If you guys know who Venom Pool is, please fill me in because I don't. All I know is that I did a Venom Pool remark on a previous print and it sold like that. And so I'm like, well, if it sells that quickly, I'll do another one. And then so now this one's been sitting in my portfolio for some time. This one's got the drool signature too. I don't know why it hasn't sold, but maybe it's because it's Venom Pool and nobody knows who that is. So 30 seconds, $10 off because you bought it while I was at home and not on a plane. Classic Edward J. Brock with the Venom symbiote. This is number 30, $60. I can sign it right across the bottom usually. This one has, I guess I call this the symbiote signature in the image itself. 30 seconds. Here we go. Do we like it with the ring light around his face? Bling. Since I broke out the prints, here we go. Let's do them. Let's do these bad boys. Spider-Gwen, number 34 of 50. Not too many of these left. I think I got 4 left. 30 seconds. I may just work them a little bit more until they sell. Maybe that's what I should do. But this one's got a background and everything. $60. I charge 80 just for the head. Add a shell. Is that it with the Venoms? That's it. Yep, that's it. Roy Thomas, Wolverine fans. Roy Thomas is partially responsible for the creation of Wolverine. He walked into Len Wein's office, or Len Wein walked into Roy's office, and he said, I want a character named Wolverine. And so now Roy claims partial creation credit for Wolverine. So he was the first editor-in-chief to replace Stan Lee, so he's certainly involved with the creation of Wolverine. That's undisputed, I think. But here's the brown costume, brown and orange costume. That's my favorite look for him. Same price as the Venom, $60, 30 seconds. Hobby, should we wait for your daughter? I got probably about 10 minutes left. I could stick around as long as you like. My boy, Vision, I love him. Love the Vision. Always have. 30 seconds for the Vision. One of a kind drawing on a multiple. There's a lot of prints of this guy. Roy sells this print at his appearances as well. So you could get this from me and then take it to Roy and have me and Roy signature on your piece plus a remark. Tigra. We love Tigra. I do, at least. She's cool. I liked her when she was the cat, Greer Nelson as the cat. 30 seconds, one of a kind. This one's already signed by me, and it has a little drop shadow effect, which if you were Clayton Crane or Rob Liefeld, you'd charge an extra 20 bucks for that, right? This one, this is a head scratcher. I think this one came out really good. Not sure why it's not sold yet. Maybe I'll just keep going in on it, keep adding a little color to it or something, but I love the simplicity of it. It's hard to go back into that one. 30 seconds for Ghost Rider. I don't get many Ghost Rider requests. Maybe that's why he's not popular. He's not as popular as some of these other characters. I dig Johnny Blaze motorcycle Ghost Rider. I also like the Cowboy. And I'm not really familiar with Danny Ketch or the new guy. So I might like them better if I read them, read their comics. I think that's it. That's all I brought with me. You can always comb the bin for more stuff. You can comb the auctions. If there's anything you see, let me know and I'll run it for you. I will probably be here next Wednesday, but next Thursday for sure at noon. You will find me right here doing sketches, more sketches. I try to bring a Spidey, a Venom, a Wolverine, and a Jam piece to my conventions. And you guys are buying me out of Spider-Man jams and Wolverines. Thank you for that. But that just means I got to do more of them. Oh, man. Let's see if this, this guy, we've had these guys since practically the beginning of the stream. Let's see if there's do I even have this in the auction? No, I don't. You can find this in the bin, though. Let me see if I can find it in the bin for you. Oh, yeah. Item 204 is Spider-Man 2099. That's him. With the Travesty, who's one of the villains that I co-created during my run on Spidey 2099. And here's the other guy who's still available. His name's the Pack Rat. He's in the bin. He's item number 208. So a single figure, black and white, here on the stream is 150. Additional figure is 100. So that's why these are 250 here on Whatnot and 300 at a show. What else we got? Here's a Batman Inc. I had nothing to do with this particular book, but I thought it'd look cool if we incorporated a little Joker mask, Joker face on Batman. And so this is 40 because it's not a full face, so it's like roughly half a face. So we'll do half price, $40. And I can sign it, of course. I forgot to sign it, but I would sign it like right across here. Looks cool. What else we got? Anything else? Don't forget to follow me here on Whatnot. Follow me on the Blue Sky on the YouTube. You'll be able to watch this stream on YouTube. On Instagram, I'm closing in on another, I think 2,900 followers on Instagram. So that's kind of cool. Should we do a giveaway? Let's give this away. I got to spread the new Z, man. Create temporary listing. Comics and manga. I got to practice my giveaways. Followers only. Followers only are going to get this lovely copy, 48 pages, 52 counting the cardstock cover. There are 2 stories featuring Cricket, the paranormal investigator slash psychic. She communicates with the dead trapped on Earth. Here's Bryce, her assistant, and Turk, her other assistant. And they don't have the same kind of skills as Cricket does. Cricket can see this creature, but Bryce and Turk both need the goggles and the equipment to extrapolate. There's a scientific formula that I'm kind of messing around with where they don't see the spirit the way Cricket does, but they, through different types of readings, they can extrapolate where the spirit is. So that's kind of how I'm working with that. But cool stories. Um, my finest hour as a comic book artist and writer. It also has a badass backup story featuring our boy the Liberator, and we introduce this urban scavenger gang called the Dregs, which slowly but surely these are all becoming reality. And so read it now. It's like reading a newspaper in 10 to 15 years. The way shit is happening that I write and draw about. Let's see, giveaway. So let's do. So yeah, we have 5 minutes. Be part of our giveaway. This is it. Signed copy of my pride and joy, the new ZODIAX Pisces. Comes on your way for free. You get to read a badass comic. Anybody in the stream who's read this, let people know how good it is. I'm going to read your books for next week. Giving myself homework. So, do people are people kind of like flipping through and they see a giveaway and they jump on it? Is that how people do it, or do people somehow know giveaways are being launched and then they jump on it? I forget how to do it. I don't forget. I don't know how people do this. So it's like, let's see if anybody enters the room um, for the giveaway. I don't see any change in the room count right now. Um, yeah, man, it's hard to compete with Venom, Wolverine, Spider-Man, and stuff like that. But this stuff is just so much better. And oh, by the way, the stories are better than these two. So I don't mean to toot my own horn, but to be honest, who's gonna toot it if it's not me? If not me, who's gonna toot my horn? So this is great shit. Well worth the price. And I try to make it worth your while. I mean, most people charge $10 just for their signature, right? So signature's free. The book itself is $10 in the bin. We have limited edition variants. There's a black variant of this book. There's only 250 of those. It's in the bin. There's also a foil variant that I did with Little Giant Comics, my buddy Jason, who I need to answer his email. And that's limited to 100. Jason's got the signed and numbered versions from 1 to 50. I've got 51 to 100. So those are the variants, but the giveaway is for this book right here. Written, drawn, created, owned, published by me. So we were talking about cricket earlier. I think she came about in my brain in the end of the 1990s. She finally saw the light of day officially in 2015, but this is a relaunch of the new ZODIAX series. The second story is fresh and new, but the first story first appeared in a book called New ZODIAX, and I did 4 issues. And she first appeared in issue 3. So the first story appeared in issue 3. But the second one is fresh and brand new and tight. Great stuff. One day I'll walk through this uh, book, but this sequence right here is something that I swiped from myself from my Valiant days. And someday I'll share that with you guys. Don't forget, jump on the giveaway and win a free comic. My pride and joy. And don't forget to go out there in your social media because you're also influential and spread the new Z, please. Thank you very much. Don't forget also in March, we're going to do a March cover madness. So my tabletop is going to have 4 examples of my work that I did here on the stream in the last year. You get to vote on your favorite cover, and that cover will advance to the final round. It's kind of fun. I've got 32 candidates for black and white. I got 32 candidates for color, so we're going to do 2 different contests. 20 seconds. I hope you're following me. Gimme goblins. I got 2 gimme goblins because I had 4 people in the room before. Hey Chris, what's up, man? Welcome back. Chris, come on, stop. Here we go. Ange, you already have one of these. Good job, Ange. Rigged, LOL. They're very funny. Any copies of Tooth and Claw? You're very funny, Chris Mullen. Ange, I'll send you a couple of extra goodies with this. Okay. Thank you, buddy. Ainge VIP, give it up. Well done. So yeah, I'm going to blow out. Acid got a sketch. You want to see it? Here's Acid's sketch, Chris. Gifted to Palooka. Oh, okay. I'll throw it in with Palookas. Can I do that? He said government. Sick. Okay, let's see. I hope that works. I hope that you did. If you did something official with Whatnot, like gifting it, I wonder if I can. Do I have to do anything special when you do that? Just send Ainge stickers or something else. Yeah, sure. I'll send Ainge a nice doodle or something. Send me a special comic book. Okay. And we did this today. This was sold to a hobby. And then we did this one yesterday. And then we got a companion piece. Where'd that one go? Here it is. A companion piece, the very first double jam piece ever created by man or beast. Cool idea. Thanks to Palooka for that. Let's see. All right, yeah, so I'm going to get out of here. I'm running late. Send me a special comic book. Okay, thanks again, Joe, and see you next week. Thank you, Acid. Appreciate everything. Hobby says I'm going to have to rewatch the Wolverine sketch. That Spider-Man is awesome. Thank you, Hobby. Did you hear back from your daughter, Hobby? I'm about to sign off. Just want to check in with you. Make sure I didn't miss out on anything. Chris says, great pieces. Thank you, Chris. Acid says, Hobby, check his YouTube. I do have a YouTube channel. That's why there's no music, because I get flagged and they pull shit off my page when I get flagged. So no music at the show, which means that I want the videos to live on YouTube. All right, so I'm going to get out of here. Thanks to everybody who showed up. A lot of VIPs today. Always good to see you all. And I'll see you probably next Wednesday, but definitely next Thursday. Hobby says thumb. What's thumb mean? See you next time. Thumbs up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. I don't know. It could be a new slang term or something, right? Like fire. I didn't know what fire meant until I joined Whatnot. So thumb could be something. All right, so I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you next week. Bye.